let me just get some advertising done. I'm probably doing the usual talking to myself, but that's okay.
Avalanche Multimedia said,
How you doing,
Vote
Tony?
poll cast feel alloy happier thanks to Callum and that the wheels are turning to slowly move from 3 to EE faster.
Good for you, Tony.
Avalanche Multimedia said, Hardly I'm listening.
Usually I have the first few minutes to myself to do the setup. I got started a little late. We had a late brunch here at the house.
Avalanche Multimedia said, You did your AMD update right.
I did my AMD update. Yes, I did. I was definitely checking all my drivers. I made sure I didn't turn on the 4K driver. Well, I can't use 4K on my main monitor anyway. It says it'll accept the 4K signal, but it only approximates 4K because it's a lower resolution screen.
Avalanche Multimedia said, Been a drama couple of days.
Oh, I hear you. I was still changing settings this
Avalanche
morning.
Multimedia said, So I get you.
Yeah, I was still doing settings this morning. It was definitely a tough couple of days for me. But I was also fairly blessed over the last couple of days. So I can't rightly complain
The RP
either.
Games said, https://givezenjo.com/ggjune $UTM_source =share link $UTM_medium =copy _link $UTM_campaign =ggjune.
10:34:11, 10:30:54. I'm gonna take the exit save, even though I don't normally do that. And now we get the texts across the middle of the screen out. The only
Avalanche
mission
Multimedia
we should be following
said,
is the promise
I got
broken,
my games
right?
back and got new SIM on Monday with scam insurance, which is not in my terms tariffs, but for £1 I don't mind for £36.00 rolling 30 days if I've added protection.
Okay, can I zoom in on the map? I can. Let's take a look at missions and move this one. Zoom out a little bit.
Avalanche Multimedia
That one looks
said,
like it's not.
wipe Steam and fresh install, same with Microsoft Edge.
That one's a lot further away. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Microsoft Edge. I use Opera GX. I do have
Avalanche
Chrome
Multimedia
installed in
said,
order to use the
not letting
voices.
guard down, but I can relax a bit.
I'm trying to get a new voice pack for Opera GX so I can use this speech chat with it. But I haven't even been using the English voice pack in Chrome, so I'm not even sure why I bothered to keep Chrome around for this, you know?
Everything is simply gone. How can we possibly rebuild after this?
Relax, Lieutenant.
Will I ever see my family again?
Yes?
Avalanche Multimedia said, but Callum says if I can get exit fees
Cool
lower to
days.
levels I can afford to
You
exit
have
3
made
LB with
quite a
EE
stir,
faster than
and
January.
given the state of things, that is a singular accomplishment. To what do I owe the honor, diviner? Did he now? How magnanimous. But approval is approval, and I will...
Hold on.
I will spare you much of the technical detail, as I confess that pieces of it I barely understand myself. One
Avalanche
cannot help but
Multimedia
notice the energy
said,
field around this
so that's
citadel.
my next
Until
goal.
we can get through it, we cannot shut down the experiment inside, and it has proved quite impossible to get through. We had the beginnings of a plan to build a makeshift contraption to redirect grav drive energy to see if we could penetrate the barrier, but the project came to a halt. Politics got in the way.
I can imagine that without the speaker to issue clear directions, things have been difficult.
Every one
Avalanche
of the houses
Multimedia
needs to contribute, and
said,
everyone realized
only took
they
15
could
minutes to sort
potentially
out
use it
rather than
for
4
leverage.
hours with stress 3.
What should have been a cooperative effort turned contentious. Easy decisions became negotiations. And so, construction never began. We have sat here, staring at this disaster as supplies pile up for well over a week now. Serpent help us, it is infuriating.
I have no idea what this person said because my wife decided to call me to ask questions
Avalanche
about something
Multimedia
else.
said, "So I'm really looking forward to the move."
Yeah, you might be able to get that done early. I could see that.
The council just so happens to represent the 3 houses under Varun's banner, who are also entrusted with various aspects of running, well, everything. Each of those houses needs to contribute something to the project, so the council is the final stopgap. Were the speaker here, he could bypass all of it with a wave of his hand, but, well, you have already seen the state he's in. Indeed. All must serve. I believe I've done enough complaining for now. Time to get to work. If you're here, the council has likely sent word to the houses that it's time to stop the infighting. I doubt it will be enough. I need to oversee construction here, make sure things are built to specifications. If you could follow up with the houses, that may speed up the process. The first convert in generations. The only one to have heard from the speaker since the disaster. Oh, I think they will listen. House Fetal owes us access codes for the city power grid.
Avalanche
It's the only
Multimedia
way to guarantee enough
said,
power to activate the device.
"Cause I can get router with
House
4
Geemuck
ports,
was
so no
supposed to
need for
provide
second,
a
and I
young
can see all
scientist
my
named
accounts in
Geemuck
one
to help
place,
me.
not 4
She had
accounts
at
that
least
need an
some
agent to
experience with the
one-time
original
passcode to
Citadel
look at
experiment.
and deal with."
No idea why they
Avalanche
refused to send her.
Multimedia
And
said,
Hasmek, the new elder
"Real
of
friendly,
House
fast,
Dul-Kef,
and thou rough."
he has been distant.
Good.
Guarded. He claims to have vital information about an important component of the experiment, but has withheld it until now. Help me get what we need, and we will see what we can do for the speaker. And for House Varun. And I may have something that can help you in whatever trials the Serpent puts before you as we navigate this. We have been nearly overwhelmed with all that has happened over the last few weeks, but I have still spent some time doing my own research when I can. These phantoms, the vortex. Fascinating subject, really. If only there were some less disastrous way we could have discovered all this.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "So you and I will be on same phone network since EE here is Orange
I know.
T-Mobile
I
combined."
have lost friends and
Ah.
colleagues myself. We have encountered several interesting phenomena. First, while the phantoms shift to a fully human form when killed, they often retain small shards that appear to be an almost crystallized version of vortex energy.
Avalanche Multimedia
Second, we have learned that
said,
killing the phantoms sometimes
"He made
causes
my day a
an
lot
even
less stress
greater
to deal with."
disturbance. Horrors, as they have been colloquially termed, can appear from somewhere. We are unsure of their origin, but it is not within our universe. These horrors and their spawn are infested with cysts, a seemingly organic manifestation of vortex energy. We have managed to collect enough to run experiments and have devised a method of combining them into an explosive mixture with varying properties. While they have no use in the development of the morning device, if you find yourself out in the field, I believe they
Avalanche
could have
Multimedia
more
said,
practical applications.
"So I shall say to its join the club."
Indeed.
The process is simple enough that any industrial workstation should suffice, if you have the materials. And, depending on how you combine said materials, you may find the results to be somewhat variable. I hope you can use that to your
Avalanche
advantage.
Multimedia said 10 Mbps speeds. Text the Infidel
Tex,
said Booyah.
welcome aboard. Hope you're doing well today, Tex.
Not enough to have prevented it from happening. If I had any idea it was going to turn out like this. It had been Inasco's primary goal for some time. A way to recreate Jinan Varun's encounter with the Great
Avalanche
Serpent.
Multimedia
Everything we knew
said.
about grav drive technology,
Plus,
every
even if data
scientific
runs out, it'll
advancement
still
we've
be
made in the last
connected for
100 years
essential
was poured
apps.
into it.
Text the
Towards the
Infidel
end,
said
I was just
What up?
so exhausted. I asked for a brief time off. And I know
We're doing pretty
I'd been
good,
trapped in there with the
Tex.
rest
How are
of
you?
the science team.
Text the Infidel said I am just working. Doing some paperwork. Avalanche Multimedia said Hey Tex, happy shootin' and lootin' Tex.
No, I spent the morning doing some paperwork. I feel for you. That stuff rack
the
your
Infidel
brain.
said Hey Avalanche.
Of course not. I left the project weeks before the disaster, and at that point, we were nowhere near ready. Some breakthroughs were made shortly thereafter, and they ran the experiment. And here we are. Yes, depending on how much trouble you're getting into. We have been nearly overwhelmed with all that has happened over the last few weeks, but I have still spent some time doing my
Text
own
the
research
Infidel
when I can.
said
These phantoms.
Job isn't
vortex,
fun till the paperwork
fascinating
is
subject,
done.
Really. Yeah, if only there were some less disasters where we could have discovered all this. I know. I have lost friends and colleagues myself. We have encountered several interesting phenomena. First, while the phantoms shift to a fully human form when killed, they often retain small. Second, these horror we have managed to collect enough. Well, they...
All right, he gave me
Avalanche
some kind of
Multimedia
weapon.
said I've a vote poll on my community tab if wanna look Tex for a diss tract.
All right, that I should compare that in the weapons section. That's my chilling does 294. The poison does 152, but it does poison, which does randomly deals poison damage and slows the target. And this does plus 10% damage against humans. So it does an extra 29 damage against almost everything that I meet, and has a chance of freezing the target. So this is the better
Avalanche Multimedia
blade.
said let the man speak, Rob, or was he boring you?
I accidentally said the same thing to him. He's actually done. Some of the
Seems to have remained largely unscathed.
Some of the conversations don't have a clear endpoint where they exit on their own, so I have to back out. And I've gotten used to the conversations where they
Avalanche
end
Multimedia.
on their own.
Said. Oh, okay.
So when they don't end on their own, I have a habit of just saying the same thing over again, and then I realize that I'm listening to the same answer. That's a rather unsafe looking fire.
Can't be serious, Branch. This is exactly the impression we don't want to give.
Please, Jamal. Don't you see how all this works in our favor?
Avalanche
it's not up
Multimedia.
for discussion.
Said.
I won't risk what we
I
worked
gotcha.
so hard to achieve. It's done.
No, you'd risk our future and reputation as a house. But you are the chosen elder.
Ah, don't patronize me. The Great Serpent spared our house. We are favored here. And shouldn't you get back to the council? We can't afford to be absent at a time like this.
I guarantee I'm not missing much. But you're right. I'll be heading back soon enough. May the Great Serpent bless you.
So, Akris has sent our newest diviner to inquire about Sahima. Don't worry. Jamal's already told me all about you.
Really?
I'm Razma, elder of House Kadik and head of the Ministry of Conjunction. Well, it's also an honor to meet one as interesting as yourself. I wouldn't have suspected an outsider to be made promised. But who am I to argue with the Great Serpent's choice?
You don't sound like you believe a single word you're saying.
I know the Council is looking to Sahima for answers. But the truth is, she's been taken, along with other members of the House. They're being held hostage by zealots. And now they're demanding negotiations.
This is a major overreach. I have never known the Zealots to be so bold.
You are right when it comes to trust. But I don't believe the negotiations are a trap. The Zealots have yet to name specifics. At best, they'll demand an inordinate amount of credits or firearms. Worst case, a seat at the High Council or even the reinstatement of their house. House Malene. They know we can't risk Sahima for Dazra's sake. So, they won't hold back when it comes to demands. House Malene was fully dedicated to Jandar Varun. They objected when his brother, Jarek, was chosen to take over as leader. They knew he would bring an end to the Serpent's crusade. It's why they abandoned their house and became the zealots you know today. To continue what they believe is Jinan and Jandar's work.
Text the infidel. Said. At Avalanche Multimedia got it.
Jinan Varun
And
had
voted.
twin sons, Jarek and Jandar. Jandar fully supported the Serpent's crusade, and to many in House Malene, was the best suited to take over for his father. They had a house. House Malene was abandoned a long time ago, but there are some who'd want to see it reinstated.
I think she wants to see it reinstated.
Aha. My thoughts exactly. Normally I'd have agents doing everything possible to find them. But we too suffered losses. We need to be here, present, I couldn't risk more lives. It's the only reason I even agreed to these negotiations. But now that you're here, I can finally take action.
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Thanks, Tex."
I couldn't have put it better myself. However, there's still one unanswered question. I don't know where the Zealots are keeping Sahima, but I have a good idea who does. Their name is Merrick. Merrick is a Kadik, and they also work for me as an agent in the Ministry of Conjunction. This is where matters get complicated. It's not the family name that complicates matters here. As I said, Merrick works for me in the Ministry of Conjunction. They've been establishing an inside relationship with the Zealots for some time now. On my orders. Forcing them to give up the information could jeopardize all they've worked for. So don't expect them to be forthcoming. Get the information any way you see fit. As long as no physical harm comes to them.
Understood.
What better way to surveil a threat? It's important for us to know what the Zealots may be targeting, to stay one step
All right,
ahead.
that is reasonable.
The Zealots don't trust easily. If their location was discovered, Merrick would most likely be the first they'd suspect. They'd never trust them or any agent of House Kadik again. Merrick is proud of what they've accomplished, so I doubt they'll give up information easily. If being persuasive isn't your strong suit, perhaps appealing to their substantial ego may help. If you can stomach it. Just don't be direct. I'm sure it would put them on the defensive. Either that, or make them completely unwilling to talk. See that you do. You'll find Merrick upstairs in the meditation room.
Upstairs here. That makes it difficult for them to be spying on somebody outside, doesn't it? Do I have any unspent skill points? 6 of them. Let's check on my social skills. My persuasion is maxed out. Alright, my companions will heal me when I'm injured. And now will heal themselves when injured. I've mastered that. Haven't even touched science yet. I've mastered starship design. I've mastered piloting. Alright, let's start working on boost pack.
You're no member of House Kadik. What are you doing here? Oh, so you're the heretic turned diviner who thinks they're one of us now. So tell me, what would a chosen one such as yourself want with someone like me? Oh, I certainly don't. I may have many talents, but mind reading isn't one of them. Well, you could have led with that. I guess this means the High Council is still asking Auntie Razma where Sahima is. And if you're here making demands, she obviously has decided to make use of you rather than undergo sincere negotiations. I see what's going on here. Well, I am one of the few to garner any amount of trust with the Zealots, so she should be. I can't imagine where the Ministry of Conjunction would be without me. I do have a natural talent.
Good lord,
It's
I'm
nice
laying
to
this
see
on
I'm
thick.
being properly recognized. I may excel in my skills, but it doesn't mean the hours I put in are any less. Exactly. There's still research, analysis, documentation. Too much documentation, if you ask me. But altogether, I have the exact talents needed to do this job, which is why I was entrusted with the Zealots in the first place. I admit it hasn't always been easy. They are Zealots, you know. Some days, it takes everything. I can't even tell you how much time and effort it's been to sway the Zealots my way. Not to mention the stress over my own personal well-being. I may be the best at what I do, but I'm not stupid. The Zealots do have the element of unpredictability. I was wondering when your own agenda would come into play. I've worked hard to obtain my position with the Zealots. And like I've told Razma 1,000 times, I have no reason to believe they're going to hurt my dear cousins, especially Sahima. So, as far as I'm concerned, that information stays with me. As much as I'd like to help you, I don't think so. Don't get me wrong. I understand what my choices mean. Well, it is the biggest variable. All right, I'll let you in on their location. But remember, you're the only one that knows. If word spreads, I'll know exactly who's to blame. The location you're looking for is Shadow Station Epsilon. It's an old Varun base that they've taken over for themselves. Rosma will know it. Let her tell you the details, seeing as how I'm about to be reassigned. Isn't the answer obvious? The Zealots will know the location came from me. All
Said,
that hard work
hi.
Fluffy.
out the window because someone refuses to undergo negotiations. It better.
How you doing? This place is beautiful, but I don't think I could live here.
You must have gotten the location. Ah, yes, the old Varun military outpost. It's a remnant of the Serpent's Crusade. If my intel is correct, you can find Shadow Station Epsilon in the Badlands, north of Dazra. I can send you the coordinates. The Shadow Stations were established during the Serpent's Crusade. A series of secret military installations that few knew about, and even fewer may remember. The idea was to have isolated centers focused on different aspects of furthering the Crusade. This way, if one fell, it wouldn't endanger the others. Epsilon was once a research station, with a focus on grav drive manipulation. The Zealots have since vastly expanded upon it. But it makes sense if they intend to use Sahima to their advantage. Shadow Station Epsilon is one of many Zealot bases scattered throughout. As I mentioned before, I wasn't willing to risk agent lives in order to scout them all. If anything happens to the hostages, they will lose a lot more than leverage.
We will do whatever is necessary to bring Sahima and the others back safely.
Now that we have a rescue mission underway, I'll speak to Merrick about setting up the negotiations. I expect them to be pliable after their last encounter with you. The current plan is to hold them at one of the geothermal power stations. Meet us there when Sahima and the others are safe. If memory serves, it's southeast of Shadow Station Epsilon. It shouldn't be too hard to find. It's a fairly neutral location, and just the right distance from Dazra, so both parties will feel safe. The geothermal stations are also autonomous in nature, so we don't have to worry about unwanted eyes and ears.
Makes sense.
Good. Serpent willing. Your timing will line up. I'll stall the Zealots as long as I can, which shouldn't be an issue. That being said, I'd still appreciate it if you could act quickly. Now, Jamal wants an update before you leave. Just don't let her distract you for too long.
Diviner, a word before you go? Tell me, Diviner, what do you know about the Zealots? An oversimplified observation, but correct nonetheless. The Zealots are widely frowned upon within our society. They're a remnant of the Serpent's Crusade, days we'd like to forget. Has my dear sister given you any history on our house's relations with the Zealots? I'm surprised she even mentioned that much. Razma would have everyone believe she only wishes to keep an eye on the Zealots, so the Council can make informed decisions. The truth is, she's had this particular group of Zealots under her thumb for quite some time. This is only a problem now because she's lost control. That is the real reason why Razma hasn't informed the High Council, and I'm sworn to silence.
I would argue that what you describe would be considered treason. And rightly so.
House Kadik already has a reputation for being sympathetic to the Zealots, but the truth is far worse. Razma wants the Zealots to back House Kadik, so the balance of power between the noble houses would shift to us. She's been employing them, paying them in supplies that aid their blind crusade. House Kadik would be condemned should anyone outside our house find out. What none of us expected was the disaster that is the Scaled Citadel. The aftermath is what allowed the Zealots to grab Sahima and the others, flipping the balance of power in their favor. Razma has lost control and is putting House Kadik's reputation and power at risk. And that's what I wish to speak to you about. House Kadik shouldn't be associating with Zealots at all, except on an extermination level. But worse, we absolutely cannot be supplying them with ordnance of any kind. We need to cut ties with the Zealots altogether. How astute. I want you to put an end to any connections between House Kadik and the Zealots. And while my position won't allow me to be blunt, I'll still make it clear. Should the hostages not survive, Razma would blame the Zealots and cut all ties.
House Kadik would go to any lengths, it seems.
What we need is Sahima's research, which she has with her. You just need to bring it back.
I'm not a murderer. But is it valuable to throw the families into turmoil?
A wise decision, Diviner. As you may have guessed, we can't afford any loose ends, and you'll need a cover story for Razma. When you arrived, the Zealots had already killed the hostages, so you exacted revenge in House Kadik's name. Yes, but don't worry. I'll be there to reinforce what Razma already knows. The Zealots cannot be trusted. See that you do. I look forward to seeing you at the negotiations.
It's a little dusty out now. Nothing's a direct path in a city like this.
Proceed.
Okay, so I can't open the gate, but that's the direction I have to go. Yeah, it definitely looks like I have to go through that gate. How do I get there? Not this way. Well, I guess I could take off and land. So where's my ship? It's over there. That's one way to get there.
Or are there other matters that require your attention?
Dust off complete. Aim point reached. Orbit stable.
Alright, so I can't just take off inland because what looked like I was going to have a different destination point now shows her at the same landing point. Where do I have to go to find her? Out of the city. Way out of the city. By the other structure. You would think, you know, I'm feeling like the game is now screwing with me. I'm gonna land at the other structure and see what it says.
We have liftoff.
Because I really feel like the planetary map was just wrong. See, it's saying it's there. It's not even letting me select it. It's only letting me choose that. Why? From the ground, I can see it at the other landing site. All right, first of all, I gotta sleep till morning. Because at night, I'm not gonna be able to navigate.
Hey, it's my personal savior. Thanks again for the assist.
All right, it's 11:40, so basically, like, let's do 7 hours of sleep. That should be well after dawn.
About time you were awake.
Been in the Vanguard a long time. The faces change, But bad guys are still bad guys, you know.
I know it. Bad guys will always be bad guys. Now maybe I'll be able to go through that other gate.
I saw them.
If I can find my way. Where's the controls for this elevator? Oh, the elevator's already up. Hold on. Why can't I push this button? I can push that one. I don't know.
All I am saying is that I am not pleased with the recent outsider influence. I am sure you know what I am referring to. Perhaps this is the first wave of an impending cultural infiltration. The settled systems are scared of us, and so they are trying to tame us from within.
Indeed. I fear that even darker days may be ahead for House Varus.
No, we will not let those days come to pass. All must serve.
Alright, so this is... Oh, I'm an idiot. I did not see the switch.
Ever the opportunist, aren't you?
Hey, why not? They're flying around, right? You only need to tag so many of them before you identify the species. See? Only need to tag 5 of these things. We're gonna be here anyway, might as well do it on our way, right? Oh, there's some creatures down here, too.
Yes!
These look less friendly.
Come back, you coward! Now we are having fun! Quest neutralized!
I just free myself. Only to the land of the promise.
Give up already.
Who are you? Because some of you might be, somebody here is here who's not Andresia.
What the best you can do?
Yeah, our direction is still over that way. But, that vortex phantom.
Profit is never necessarily the aim, but if there is something worth taking...
Don't start shit, there won't be shit. See, you started shit.
Mind your surroundings. Even the plants here can be dangerous.
Alright, even the plants are dangerous. Gotcha.
What does your scanner reveal? Based on the grunt of pain as I went down that little drop, I'm saying that this is probably a high gravity world. Somebody's campsite. Toaster oven. Ha! Camping with a toaster oven.
Is it really camping at that point? Got another creature over here that we haven't seen. So that's where the goat milk comes from. Ah, shnikes. You know what kind of ship that was, don't you? That was Yuzhan Bong.
Things I would do if I had power like that.
I must have got hit in the head. Yeah, I didn't get hit in the head. My vision was blurred for no reason. No one above me. That bird just decided to attack me, huh? I've got no life signs.
We should move on. There's nothing worth taking.
Yeah, nothing worth taking except for these high dollar value items. Remember, deep down inside, I'm a mercenary. Somebody shot at us. It's got to be somebody shot at us because a turret shoots lots of shots. Ah, somebody's out here. See him?
Perhaps it was nothing.
No, it's somebody.
Yeah, it's just you, kid. But since you're down there and you can't jump back up, we're gonna have to go up the hard way. From the top, we could have come down that way, I think. I think this door opens from the other side. But that's okay.
Phoenix said, "Hi Rob, how are you?"
Denise, welcome aboard.
Phoenix said, "Hi Luffy." Phoenix said, "Hi Tony."
Well, nobody's coming up.
Said, "Hi Tex."
Always worth checking. Never know what
Phoenix.
What's that
said,
West Star?
"Is the gameplay going?"
It's going pretty good today. As a matter of fact, I'm coming up on my first break.
in their pockets.
That West Star is a new weapon. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to stay with a rapid fire weapon here.
Phoenix said, "That's good." All I did was lay around. Now I feel like a lazy bum.
It's not lazy to take a day off. Everybody needs to relax.
You cannot.
Phoenix said,
Do it again.
"LOL, you're right, of course, I just gotta try to tell it to my mind."
Are you prepared to die?
Take your best shot.
What promise were you
Best not to
given?
leave anything useful behind.
Well, at least a groat is a living thing. The MPL 57. I don't get a preview of it. I already have one of those.
Phoenix said, BRB gotta get food.
No worries. Looks like there's more people downstairs. Oh, you could have snuck in through the air vent. So you could have done this as a stealth mission. Or tried to.
We mustn't allow the heretic to escape.
It is a wonder to behold.
They allowed me to escape. Imagine the loss they feel by having allowed me to escape. Yeah, I'm not sure which picks are going to be which. you know, for right now, we're going to delete a couple of saves. We're going to create a save. And I'm going to take a very quick break. I encourage everybody to take a quick bathroom break. Grab yourself a snack. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. I am back. We can try and pick that lock, but as an expert lock, it's going to expose my complete ineptitude using the lock picks. Another air vent. This looks very much like just office space. It's kind of weird. Well, advanced is better than expert. Alright, that one can go there. Probably can go there. No, it can't. Alright, so this has got one home here. And doesn't fit in the next level down. So we've got a good chance that it goes here. This one also goes here. So these first two are identical. This one doesn't seem to go anywhere. This is the reverse piece of... And the bottom one, this one would go in this position. But if it did, all right, let's see what. Now, if this one goes here. Well, let's see what this one does now. That one, then this one. Yeah, this was a lock I had to pick to get through the door. I should have taken something to boost my health. Let's start with that's slowly going to increase my health over time.
Truly the Great Serpent has blessed you.
And shit doesn't come from the Emperor, I'm telling you. I really want to know what an MP57 looks like. Needed that.
If you're here to help, that zealot had a key. You have to get me out of here.
Well, unfortunately, everybody dies. That's just a DC 15. See, there's still people that way according to my map, but that could be creatures outside.
Did they have anything about...
Wait a minute, did that say the Vibro Sword was 22,000? Why is that so valuable? Yeah, they had something of value, all right. I never get anywhere near the value they list this stuff as. All right, where's your research?
Who are you? Serpent's Grace, I knew it! I knew she wouldn't just leave us here to rot. It's more than just me. There are others. The Zealots have been using them to force me to continue my research here. They think I have all the answers since the original experiment was a catastrophic failure.
The Zealots were wise in their tactics. Up until now.
The original experiment. The one that took out half of Dazra and sealed off the Scaled Citadel. Surely you must know. I'm sorry. I realize the elders and council members may not be properly disseminating this information. I'm not one for politics, obviously. So my theory is correct. Or I should say, the High Council now believes my theory, the better theory, is correct. I knew it! I told them their algorithms and insufficient testing were only giving the illusion of stability. But no one wants to listen to me. Not the girl who put people twice my age to shame when it came to assessments. Of course, this is what it would take for Razma to send someone after me. Negotiations? Oh, right. I'd almost forgotten. I overheard the Zealots mention negotiating with House Kadik, so the motivations are clear. Not only does the High Council deem me important, but Razma needs to remove me from the equation. I get it. But at least now everyone knows I was right. All right. First, we need to free the other hostages. The Zealots aren't aware of how I've been delving into their systems here. I told them I needed full access if they expect me to replicate the Nazca's experiment, and I didn't even bother with risk assessment. They think I'm applying my theories to their poor excuse for technology down here. Granted, I could probably make it work if I had to. Well, yes and no. The other hostages are being kept just beyond this room. I can disengage the locks to their cell and grant you access to an elevator in the room beyond that will take them to safety. You just have to clear out that area first, and the Zealots down there are different. The Zealots you'll encounter beyond here are altered somehow. To be made thus would be to show them the Great Serpent's mercy.
Hello, Rob. Zero,
welcome aboard.
Said. Hello, everyone.
Some may, but
keep in mind
that we are scientists.
Said. Hello,
Many of
Phoenix.
them have never seen
Fluffy.
true combats and are no longer proficient with weapons. But some, like me, may still be capable. Just don't expect much of them. Oh, I'm not going anywhere yet. While you get the rescue underway, I'm going to set up certain guarantees here. I'll meet you and the others outside. The Zealots have a small network here that I can plug into. They think I've been working on my research, when really, I've been formulating a virus that will shut down this entire base. And their ships. I'm more than capable of handling myself. Besides, the Zealots think they need me, so my life isn't in danger. If I'm not out there when you free the hostages, just come back for me. And a well-thought-out one at that. I just need enough time to set up a remote device so I can launch a virus that will render this place useless.
Don't worry, it's...
Think of it as a failsafe to guarantee our safety.
I've already made my
The Zealots would never
peace with
risk
the
this
idea
base
that
or
you
their
have to die.
ships. No way. It's probable that we'll make it, and when we do, I'm handing this over to a familiar face. No offense. Now move it. You've got hostages to free.
Alright, well, I'll carry your dead body with me. I don't care. Oh, he turned just as I fired. What the hell are you made of? Okay, he's got Dark Trooper armor with 650. Dark Trooper helmet. Demoralized Reforged sword. It's garbage. Reforged Commander Vibro sword. But why are they so valuable? And he had a trauma pack. Take that. Alrighty then.
The spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
Be merciful. Has help finally arrived?
Who are you? You aren't a zealot. Who are you? The Great Serpent is merciful. And Tahima? Did you find her yet?
LGN
There are
1997
more of us down in the caves.
said, "Are you with the glorious Empire or the traitorous rebels?"
Currently, I'm on the hidden Sith planet.
00 Core said, "Hello LGN 1997.
But LGN, I'm for myself, so I kind of work for both sides.
We haven't been able to observe much. They are physically superior, stronger, faster. They ignore pain and are resistant to things that would take any normal person down in an instant. I'm not sure what the Zealots have done to create them, but I would surmise the process was less than pleasant. I wish it were that easy. The Zealots separated us. Our brethren are still out there. Please, I can ready my people here, but you'll have to deal with the Zealots and rescue the others so we may all escape safely.
Why can't I just kill you here?
LGN 1997 said, "So a bounty hunter."
Yes. Yes.
Another Redeemed is stationed down there, along with a few other Zealots and a Model S. Be careful. We'll be ready.
Great Serpent, please help me. I
Even when I see it with my own eyes, it is still hard to believe.
Alright, that's the Redeemed. Looks like a Space Marine. That looks like all of the things we have to deal with, though. If I can get a sneak attack off on him, I should be able to do a little bit more damage this time before he comes up.
This is beyond Geemuck.
How did he resist the force push? You know, anytime, Andresia. Acrobat Superior Sith Heavy Assault Spacesuit. And it's got Beast Hunter, so less from alien damage. It's not better, but it's not super valuable. And that's not even super valuable. Where's Frankenstein? He had some snake oil, some valuable Dark Trooper armor, some worthless Night Trooper shit, and another reforged Commander Vibro Sword. And we need to go over there. In midair, huh? In other words, we don't know where in this chamber we have to be. Boy, they had a nice place to sleep in here.
Now would be a good time to replay. That looks like it is worth bringing along.
Yeah, I thought that said credits. Alright, so somewhere in the middle of the chamber. I will find what I'm looking for, huh? Is it that rope? No. Free the remaining hostages. So there should be hostages left in here. Look for the hose stages. That's the door we came in through, so... maybe they're over here. Ange, come here.
Great serpent, protect me. Thank the serpent. I thought I was done for.
Yes? You need something? What
Yeah.
have you got for me?
You're gonna carry all this shit that I've been picking up. Yeah, it just won't give me a preview of what that MPL 57 is. No idea. Whatever it is, it uses 8 kilovolt heavy power cells, and I only have 17 rounds for it. So it's got to be something unique.
Take care of yourself.
Today, Mihail introduced us to our newest weapon against the heretics. They're called the Redeemed. But it remains to be seen how they live up to their name. Truly, the Redeemed are a weapon, a force to be reckoned with, but it is such a fate of great honor or punishment. They fight and speak with a fervor we share, but while ours comes from a place of passion, conviction, theirs comes from somewhere primal. It is both all they know and all they have. Alright, so I've got to look around this hellhole for any tied up Geemucks. There weren't any up here.
There might be something of value here.
She thinks there might be something of value here. That's usually an indicator that I've missed something here. Another one of these West Star 55s. It's a good looking gun, isn't it? It's just not going to fit in the top level.
Said. That is a good looking gun, Rob. It's interesting looking as well.
Okay, that one can go there.
I hope that...
I believe the gun that this is based on is called a bore shot. It's a semi-auto pistol made in the late 1800s in Austria or Belgium. This area in front of the trigger guard is where the rounds were contained.
Zero Core said. That IB-94 looks sketchy AF. I would be afraid it would explode in my hand.
They were actually very early semi-automatic pistols, and they did operate effectively. The very rare pistols today, but mostly because they were handmade. So there weren't a lot to begin with, and of course many were lost over time. So the few that still remain are collector's items. One of my favorite non-gaming channels is a channel called Forgotten Weapons, and the host Ian did a number of videos on these early semi-autos, and I just don't remember if this is the bore shot or not. The bore shot might not be this, but I remember him doing the video on this pistol. The bore shot might be the pistol from the Order 1896, and this might have a different name.
This is worth the effort.
She's standing and looking this way, but it doesn't seem
Zero Core said. You want to hear something funny, Rob?
Always interested in humor.
Zero Core said. My SUV Lucy is a classic. Any vehicle over 20 years old is the definition of a classic. 00 Core said. But I wouldn't call her a classic, just old.
Yeah, I think the defining her as a classic is all well and good, but I wouldn't go putting antique plates on her.
Serpent, save me. The great serpent has heard me. Thank you.
Zero Core said. No, not antique. Classic and antique are two different classifications.
The liquid-cooled Superior Mandalorian Explorer's helmet. Doesn't have a high enough value to warrant taking on the mass, but so it doesn't qualify as an antique. Gotcha.
Zero Core said. But when I hear classic, I think of things like the 50s cars. To me, those are classics. But then I don't make the rules.
That's true, neither do I, though. As much as sometimes I think both of us would make rules that make more sense than some of the people who do make the rules. Now we can use the elevator. Andresia's not going to like it if we slaughter everybody outside, but that is what we were told to do.
We all made it. We're safe. You did it! It's true what they say. The air really does smell fresher.
Serpent bless you. We owe you our lives. Thank you.
I was told to kill everybody. I said I would decide over here. And I'm not being given the choice to kill everybody. Wait a minute. I didn't even say I would decide over here. I said I was going to do it because reluctantly, I said I was going to do it because it was the thing that needed to be done.
Yes, since that's truly what's important here. Anyway, it's probably time you started heading to those negotiations. I'm going to stay back a moment and make sure everyone here is okay to make it back safely. I'll catch up with you shortly. Just let me know where the negotiations are taking place. Of course. I successfully rigged a remote device to shut this whole place down the moment I see a zealot. I just need a moment to make sure everyone is fine. Have I mentioned I'm sick of people telling me what to do? I'm staying. I'll be there when it counts. Now go.
These members of your house have suffered. I can respect your decision.
Did you just hear a ship leave? Or maybe arrive? Whoops.
I'm glad it is in your hands.
That's a ship arriving. There it is.
Zero Core said, if I created those classifications I would add one more classification, it would be just old LOL.
Now this ship ain't going nowhere. It's really annoying to me that the choice I was given is really meaningless. Yeah, you can kill them all to do what's right for the council. Okay, you made me make that choice. And I actually thought about it and thought about what I would do as the mercenary who took on this job. And then you took it out of my hands by not giving me the option to do it. It's like, come on, game. Why did you give me the mission?
Zero Core said, your camera is flicking in and out between you and a black screen. Your webcam, I mean.
Is it? 'Cause on my monitor it's I guess there is a flicker. Let me see what my system resources are. My system resources are probably getting slowly gobbled up. Windows 11 is horrible at releasing system resources. I should say Windows 11 24H2 is horrible at releasing system resources. Yeah. Let's fix that. That might clear it up. And if it continues, Zero, just give me another poke, and I'll just suspend the camera because it's not really necessary. Oh, I can't steal this ship.
If does.
Is your intent to be unreasonable the whole time? I thought this was a negotiation.
00 Core
friendly chat, aren't
said, in my 64 GB of RAM on average there is about 18 to 24 GB cached, and around 47 GB used on average with roughly 20 Brave browser tabs and all my game launchers going. Which I always have them running.
Good. Now it's my turn to watch me hail squirm.
Razma, who is this? You allow any commoner to just waltz in on official business. I'd expect better security from House Kadik.
This is hardly official business.
Yes. And now these so-called negotiations are over.
Over? You'd risk everything after the whispers of a stranger. I demand to know who this is.
That's interesting. I can claim to be a law officer. I can claim to be a pirate.
You think I care about Anasco Varun, son of a traitor? Only a complete fool would expect me to believe this.
It's true, Mihail.
Julie.
And if you don't leave
said,
now, peacefully.
Hi Rob and
I'll
everyone,
make sure
happy
your ships
Thursday.
And Shadow Station Epsilon
00
Julie, welcome aboard.
Said, I meant to say around 32 to 47 GB on average for RAM in use.
Test me.
00
You think a genius
Core
mind like mine wouldn't find
said,
a way to hack into every
hey
system
Julie,
in your
hope you are
base?
well. Julie.
This remote device
said,
will launch a virus that will
Hi
detonate
Zero.
systems within Epsilon and reach your ships as well.
You realize how this may affect future partnerships, Razma. You'd jeopardize our connections.
Julie.
It
said,
jeopardizes nothing.
Good, thanks Zero.
It merely
Hope
restores
same
the
for
natural
you.
order.
The natural order. I could take you all out here and now. You know every one of us is prepared to answer the Serpent's call.
Are you sure?
You launch that virus, and I guarantee blood will spill. Prepare to be made dust!
Only a person will be made to dust. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't that.
Winner takes all is the phrase, is it not?
Something I can do for you?
All right, I didn't have the zealot suit with scarf, so we'll take that.
00 Core said. So my point was that I understand what you mean about 24H2 and memory Rob.
Oh yeah, that it's a memory hog, and it won't release it without a program to do the job for you.
I suppose I should have expected this. Negotiating with zealots. House Kadik is in your debt.
As am I. I owe you my life.
Tahima, you are a part of this house.
I know. I just wanted to say thank you. Personally. And here, it's the research and algorithm the High Council wants. I'm sure they'll appreciate it more coming from you. As much as I'd love to gloat, I have enough awareness to know this isn't the time. And I know myself well enough to know that I simply wouldn't hold back. You're welcome. It's been quite the life experience I've had lately. If you have any spare time, maybe come find me later?
We'll talk later, Sahima. As I was saying, House Kadik is in your debt. You've helped me maintain a very precarious balance. And one day it will. But until then, they're a necessary evil. One that we'll be keeping a much closer eye on. I'd appreciate it if you kept this a secret. Huh, if you're referring to the members of House Kadik. The others involved know better than to speak of this. As House Elder, I know my family well enough. We're all well aware of our unspoken agreements. Now, I have much to do, and so do you. Ekris and the High Council will be expecting you.
If you say so.
I'm sure I echo Rasma's sentiment when I say this business stays between us. Your actions today were very telling, Diviner. I misjudged your compassion for the people of the settled systems. But we need not speak further of this. What's done is done. And you have Rasma's gratitude, if not mine. I was on a walk, nearing Jinan Plaza. My view of the Citadel was clear. I saw the windows flood with light and then a flash so bright, I was forced to turn away. When I turned back, my eyes saw only a swirl of energy surrounding the citadel and the crater that surrounded it.
That's very interesting.
All must serve.
That's what you said last time. Not very valuable. I'll just leave that there. Who sleeps outdoors at a power station? I already have an ion disruptor. It seems like a pretty stupid place to sleep outdoors. Don't you think? Oh, that was his ship that landed there. Now I see.
Phoenix said, "Okay, I'm back."
Welcome back.
00 Core.
How you doing?
Said,
Hope you had some
WB
tasty
Phoenix.
nums.
Julie said, "WB Denise." Zero Core said, "And yes, Rob, you have to be insane to sleep on top of a power plant outdoors." Phoenix said, "Hi, Julie, thanks." Phoenix said, "Hi, Zero, thanks." Phoenix said, "We got Firehouse subs and brought it back. My blood sugar dropped, so I was shaking."
Oh, not good, not good. Get that food in you. You can't let yourself get that shaky. Very bad for you.
Take what you must. Leave the rest.
00 Core said, "Yikes."
For the scavengers.
Yeah, I am leaving the rest for the scavengers.
Phoenix said, I'm eating now." Phoenix said, "It's gonna be okay." Julie said. Awesome. Zero Core said. Oh yeah Rob, I found out the reason I crave salt to the point that I eat little piles of it throughout the day is because I'm anemic. My iron levels are deep in the red.
Well, as with anything else, get more iron. Don't eat salt. Salt is bad for you in other ways. I probably should not have gone back to the city
Phoenix
this way.
Said. Oh my goodness, Zero.
I definitely should not have tried to go back to the city this way.
004 said. Well, next month when I can afford it again, I plan to start taking an iron supplement.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the wrong place. I know how to get back, though. There it is. Why walk when I can not walk? Now I just need Angie to come up here and give me all her shit. Where you at, Ange? All the way in back, right?
Core said. I look at it like this: I will know when the iron supplement starts working when I stop craving salt. 00 Core
Credit for your thoughts.
Said.
I am happy to help.
But yeah, I
shoulder the
plan
load.
to take care of it for sure. 00 Core said. I have to stay healthy for my daughter.
Yes, you do.
If I can take a few things, I will.
It took me a while to figure out where I had seen this gun before. The E11D is the guns that the Dark Troopers, that Commander Krennic's guards use.
Phoenix said. You can do it, Zero, no worries.
Until our next talk.
It would be better to get your iron from food than from a supplement, but yes, you can do it.
Zero Core said. Yet I asked the doc why I was craving salt, and he told me based on my labs from the previous year I was anemic and that would make me crave salt.
Okay, that does 208. It's not better damage than my other pistols, but it's a stylish pistol.
Zero Core said. Then when he took new labs and I got the results, my iron and several other things were very low. And my cholesterol is up sadly. So have to work on that as well.
Boy, the way
Zero Core
this thing speaks.
said, I have had cholesterol issues since I was 10 years old, sadly. Julie said. Cool weapon.
It is, Julie. It's a really cool looking vial of tranquilizer. Where did I get that from? It's easiest to get out of here. Oh, before I do that, let's get back to hiding our stuff. I am in hide mode, right? Yeah, that says show. And that says show. That means that they're hidden when I'm in a friendly environment.
Zero Core said. I will definitely look up what foods are high in iron, and luckily I already know one of them and it's a favorite of mine: liver and onions.
Liver's high in iron. Most beef is higher in iron. Spinach is higher in iron. See, here's where the other side of that elevator is. You should be allowed to ride this elevator up.
Zero Core said. I love spinach as well, and Swiss chard. I wonder if that has iron, cause my mom has a bunch of Swiss chard growing in her garden this year. Phoenix said. I just watched a video last night saying grass-fed liver is like the best food you can eat. I don't like liver, but there's supplements for that one even.
Liver is also, everybody has the standard, oh, mom made liver this way when I was a kid and I hated it. Remember that there are multiple ways to prepare any food. So if you ever want to try revisiting
You do not understand. I saw a
a food that you didn't like as a kid, A, remember our tastes change as we age, but B,
Nothing more.
it's worth trying a different recipe.
A message from the great serpent himself.
With all due respect to your craft, dear sister, now is not the time for incense and ash leaves. Or do you not see the depth of the crater before you?
On the contrary, brother, I see it for what it truly is. And if we ignore this vision, Anasco will be lost to us forever.
Enough with the proselytizing. The diviner has
Phoenix
returned.
said.
Ah, were
That's
you
very
able
true,
to find
Rob.
Sahima?
00 core said.
Perfect.
I
have
love
no
liver,
doubt
and
Sahima's
cow's
work is
tongue,
the key
and
to
turkey
stabilizing
hearts,
the morning
and
wars.
gizzards chopped up in the dressing.
If only the
I
others
enjoy
had listened
some
to her,
weird things, but
we
oh
would not have
well.
lost so much of our grace.
My mother always put the
This leaves houses Dul Kef and Fathol.
Politics connects.
gizzards
Every moment we delay, Anasco
into the
descends
dressing.
further
She'd
into
chop
the
up the
void.
heart and the
For the last
I guess it was the heart,
Faith
the
will
kidneys,
not
and
remove
the
the barrier.
liver
Science will.
that was in the
It is the
Phoenix
secrets
gizzard
of
bag.
science that
said.
failed you in this moment.
My dad
We
does
reached
too.
out to the
0
great
he likes
serpent.
squid and octopus.
This is his reply.
You claim he has forsaken us?
I do no such thing. The great serpent's reply is not an answer, but a question. Are we worthy of his grace?
You know,
Until
that's a hell of a tattoo.
00 core
will not succeed.
said. I eat the heart, whole turkey heart, I mean cooked of course.
My mom chopped it up to make sure that everybody got some of it in the stuffing. She didn't want anyone to get just one person just get it.
Grandma loved frog legs.
It sounds like you agree with me.
And yet, only one is the foundation for the other.
That tattoo on the ear goes all the way inside the ear canal. I cannot imagine sitting still while somebody tattooed both the inside and outside of my ear black.
I feel like I've lived this argument 1,000 times, and the only way to move past it is to concede to its nonsense. Diviner, speak to my sister.
00
Agree to her
core
fool's errand,
said.
so that we may continue the
That
work
makes
of
sense,
saving
Rob.
this
If you
city.
are feeding a family, you got to make it fair. My grandma did the same, but she would sneak me the heart sometimes.
All right, my new item is an extend. Okay, they just gave me the gun that I ignored on the last adventure. I guess.
Said. Me either, Rob, that would hurt like hell.
I have seen visions of Anasco, searching for one bold enough to enter the heart of the vortex. And now that you are here, I know your arrival was no accident, but rather providence. And yet, you crossed paths with the Oracle. and found our city hidden among the stars. The Great Serpent drew a path for you, trickles of the greater plan drawing you here. But rest assured, all will be revealed when you journey north. At the edge of the crater, you will find a cave carved by the anomaly. There, you will make contact with a Nazco Varun.
It would be unwise to ignore.
What are you doing down there?
Zero Core said. But I think when my daughter comes home, if she enjoys the heart as well, I would likely just slice it down the middle and each get half. That, or like you said, Rob, added with the gizzards.
Yeah, take the gizzards, chop them up, and my mom, I want to say she cooked them with the stuffing, but she might have cooked them with the gravy, and we poured them over the stuffing. I don't remember for sure. I mean, heck, I haven't had family dinner with with that side of my family since I was in my 20s. There was no gray in my hair then.
It is as the Great Serpent foretold. In my visions, I witnessed two futures. In the first, you breached the scaled citadel, but found a Nazco had sunk too far into the void. And in time, all of Dazra was consumed along with him. The anomaly spread, absorbing all in its path. The crater you see now is nothing compared to the destruction looming
Zero
ahead.
Core said. Dang, Rob, you mean it was back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth still? EY, I gotcha, lol, sorry, had to tease.
Well, yeah, you know, I was still wearing skins and carrying a stone knife.
Indeed, but there is another path. In the second future, I saw you make contact with the Nazco, entering a cave through a formless wall. At its terminus was a gate, a path into the realm where our speaker resides. You stepped into this void, and in that moment, something changed. The false future
Phoenix
rewritten,
said. LOL.
Roughly speaking, it could be that entering the vortex directly would allow you to speak with him. And while my readings do not show any anomalous activity, I admit there's a lot of interference. Still, that only emphasizes the potential danger involved here. I cannot approve of such an excursion on the minute chance a Nazco is present. Not in the way you and I speak, but in crude terms, yes. Provided you manage to maintain your own sanity through the process.
This is me.
But this
I'm
is
already
all
insane.
Purely theoretical. No one has ever entered the vortex and come back. I am no heretic, but to risk so much on a vision, it is a leap of faith I cannot condone. I will not stand in your way, however, as Inaza has stood in ours.
You may not realize it now, dear brother, but our goals are one and the same. No, it was born from the incident itself, but I believe it is there. And what is faith but to give form to the formless? As a herald, it is my duty to make real what is unseen. It was a winding cave, scattered with walls of dark energy. At the end, a rip in the fabric of reality. In my vision, I saw you step forward, slowly, following the sound of Anasco's voice. I could hear him calling to you in the distance. His words were jumbled, but as you drew closer, they started to assemble. I was thrust out of the vision before I could see the end. Then you must embark to the northern edge of the crater. You will find an entrance there, one that has no form. Step through it, find Anasco, and complete the vision. Only then will his voice be heard.
All right. That can wait. Because aligning the houses hasn't finished yet. Wait a minute. Talking to her for aligning the houses? Did I read that correctly? Assist Anaza.
Go to the cave in my vision, near the edge of the crater.
Mad Warrior 1999 Gaming
forever guide
said, "What's up?"
Mad Warrior! Welcome aboard. Alright. What about this one? I feel like there's got to be some stuff I can do that doesn't...
I'm not sure what to make of you.
As long as you're not trying to make a purse out of me, I suppose that's okay.
Phoenix said, "Hello, Matt."
Probably pissing off Andresia by taking shortcuts around the city. $275 meters. I don't think that's inside the city limits. It's not. It's out. No matter which quest I go on now, it's going to be outside city. And technically, that one's doable from inside the city. Well, it starts inside the city. I gotta go to the north side of the crater, she says. And the north side of the crater is, I assume, is there a north-facing compass on here? Yeah, I know. I'm going back the way I came. I'm terrible. But I think I have to go out of town anyway. All right, I think now I am facing north. So the north side of the crater is right there. So south of the Badlands Power Station. So maybe I can identify the Badlands Power Station and fast travel.
00 Core said, "Hello there, Mad Warrior."
Of course I can't. Way Shrine of Redemption that I've not seen is on the map. Can I fast travel from the map? I can. Thank God they introduced that.
enemies might disagree.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. No. All I have to do to get out of his range is go over here. Hey, y'all are the ones who decided to play ball. I wanted to go somewhere else. I was 100% happy leaving. But no, y'all decided to shoot at me. Y'all are the ones who decided you wanted to shoot at me. I was literally just gonna leave the area. But no.
Time is running out for you.
He literally moved just as I pulled the trigger. I hate it when they do that. It's almost like the game is saying, we're not letting you snipe this guy. Another one of those damn rifles. $375,000 value. I'll take it.
Oh, good. You got up. Now then. Let's go get Zippy over here. Trying to flank us. What's his DLT? Oh, yeah. I used one of those at the start of the game. Not a bad rifle. It's not my preferred rifle anymore. At the start of the game, that wasn't a bad rifle, though. We almost inadvertently went into the cave earlier. Oh, look up there. Loot. And more loot. How can I pass it up? I know what you're saying. It's probably a trap. You're probably right. But loot is my favorite thing. Yeah, that's worthless to me. Some heavy blaster cartridges.
Julie.
Nothing in there.
Said. Hi, Mad Warrior.
We're about to go into closer confines.
Unfortunately, I'm running out of ammo for that one, so we're going to have to switch to the... I have a lot of ammo for that, and I'm not carrying one of those, so why don't I take that? Seaweed wine. Increases persuasion chances for 5 minutes. Gee, do I drink it or do I give it to somebody else to drink? This does not have a high rate of fire, but I got a lot of ammo for it. It uses that 6-volt, as does this. This has a higher rate of fire than this, and a higher magazine capacity. You know what? What the hell? Let's try it out. In close quarters, it's not going to be a good choice,
Julie
but
said, "Looks interesting."
here's my cave. How do I get in? Under here? Yeah, under here. Oh, there's somebody in there right now, in that lower area. I don't have to kill him, why should I, right? He's not stopping me from getting to my destination. He doesn't even know I'm here. It would help if I had made that a favorited weapon. Retrieve waiting followers. Ah, she can't come in here with me.
Gonna have a cherry boom pop. Is that a heat leech? Okay, I'm not seeing any of them buried beneath the ground. Normally these creatures I can see underground with this power. But I think because they're vortex, I can't. And I learned up on the space station, don't touch the blue shit. I'm going to switch to first person. It's a little easier for me to aim. Alright, these are a lot bigger than the last ones I just fought. Not all of these creatures are giving up these vortex cyst things. guess that sort of makes sense. I think he's leading me this way. Yeah, that sense life does nothing for me when they're not here.
With his eyes ensconced in shimmering light, I speak into this void, and it answers with silence. Have you abandoned me, Great Serpent? Do you not hear my pleas? You understand me? Hear my voice? But I do not know you, even if you are promised. I hesitate to ask, but what manner of being are you? Do you truly serve his will? Yes, he works through you and built the path to guide you to me. I have reached out so many times to hear nothing but echoes. Yet you, an outsider, hear me playing. And for the first time, I hear you. Clearly your arrival here is fated. By stepping into this void, we are now linked. There is still reason to hope. The Great Serpent will see us through.
I hope so.
But time is short. The bridge collapses. The gate is still open. The experiment still runs. Find me in the Scaled Citadel. I will wait for you there.
I can see them now.
Scott and Old Fart Gaming.
Scott.
Hey RP. Scott and Old Fart Gaming. Then 15th like.
Thanks, Scott. Welcome aboard. How you doing today, buddy? You stop catching me on this thing? Oh. Well, I had plenty of ammo for this thing. Used about 700 rounds on it already. Which way is out? I think it's this way. This was not out, was it? Nope. This...
are back outside. Holy shnikes. That was a rough exit. I did not expect there to be that many of those things coming out of there. Now then, which way is it to our friend?
Do you see cows? You return. What news do you have of Anasco? Then my vision did not betray me.
Well, it would seem I owe you an apology, sister.
There is no need, brother. Your skepticism only strengthens us.
As you say. But, to the matter at hand, did Anasco mention anything that could aid us in his extraction? Interesting. Perhaps if two beings were to occupy the same vortex, however briefly, a channel between them is established.
It is much more than that. Normally when I pray for Anasco's return, I sense he's lost, fading. But when I last prayed to the Great Serpent, I felt Anasco's presence clear and distinct.
That tattoo
Even
still
as it
bothers
receded,
me.
I felt him anchored to this world.
I mean, ow.
Yes. There are some who suggest that when Jinan communed with the Great Serpent, a similar bond had been established. I believe the same is true for you and Anasco.
I would need time to attempt a scientific explanation for why or how this happened, but for now, let us assume my sister is correct.
And that is the essence of faith. I do not know what lies ahead. My visions do not go beyond this point. But I do know this link will play a role. In fact, I am certain of it.
Agreed. And with this settled, we can now continue the work of aligning the noble houses. Together, we will find a way to complete the mourning device.
All right, still have two more houses. I don't see anybody
quest to talk to the girl we rescued. Ironically, we did return to Anaza. We finished the other side, and yet it's, you know, it's listed as complete, but we didn't get the check mark. So maybe that's going to come back as another stage again. Andreja just shoulder blocks her out of the way. She's like, get out of my way, my friend's over here.
No, Icarus is already aware.
Okay, we've got one person that way and one person that way. Sell some things.
This unit has been reprogrammed to serve the Great Serpent. Those who reject the Great Serpent will be made penitent. All must serve. Warning. Husk detected. You are free to waste your own time, but not ours. All must serve. Move along, please.
Store hours. During normal times, I would simply ignore these requests, but these are not normal times. If you absolutely insist on buying or selling things when I'm not behind the counter, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., talk to Zavoda. Just keep your voice down and if the hour's late. I lost my home to the vortex. I'm currently sleeping in the back room. If you're loud and wake me up, I will enforce 25% tariff for the inconvenience of having my sleep disrupted.
Greetings.
Sensors detect a human presence. Salutations. Follow. All must serve.
I know I'm never going to switch to that stuff. Why did the Nomad armor look so familiar to me? Superior Death Pack. Death Watch Jetpack. It's not as good as my jetpack, so it's for sale, but he's not got enough to pay for that. "48 hours, and you'll have more stuff. More money." I appreciate it. Now then, let's go find the next house that wants me to do something stupid and ridiculous to help them out.
The year 2240, House Farouk.
Vacant house, huh? Requires a key. I guess that's the house that you get to buy when they decide to make you a citizen.
It is comforting to see that at least some places can maintain a degree of normalcy.
Built without construction materials and resources. And what about this talk of missing supplies? I would think the conversation stops there. Hmm?
I apologize, but with the cataclysm, the investigation has been slow going.
How convenient.
You're putting the growth before the horns! The issue is not the supplies, it's the workforce! This may sound weird, but if we could reunite with some of the exiled from House Malene...
Careful, Envoy. It means nothing if those who lend a hand are holding a knife.
Not to mention, they're completely sloughing the map. What? Too soon? It's only been about 50 years.
For now, let me see what I can find out regarding the missing supplies. It's possible they were lost in the tragedy along with everything else, but I don't know for sure. Once that is sorted, we can revisit this debate.
Of course.
Well, that's a house divided.
Obedience is paramount.
Excuse me, Diviners. Can I have a word? The requests for aid and supplies never cease. Thank you for stopping to talk to me. My name is Lijana Dulkev. Normally, I would ask how I can help you, but under the circumstances, I'm the one who needs help. I oversee the delivery of goods to those living outside the city. Unfortunately, I lost one of my couriers to the recent catastrophe. I have sought a replacement, but extra hands are in desperately short supply. I see that you understand. I wouldn't normally seek help from someone I don't know. However, I am not above admitting my situation. The truth is, this is about more than just a business transaction. It is very important to me that someone makes these deliveries as soon as possible. The truth is, I am new to this position. When I assumed these duties, it was impressed upon me that I would carry a great burden. The Ministry has never failed to make a timely delivery. Our reputation in this regard is flawless. That reputation and my position are both now in jeopardy. With every rising and setting of the great star, yes. And often at midday as well. Perhaps the great serpent has guided your path to me in answer to my prayers. Do you think I don't know that? I was there the day it happened. The last thing I need is to be patronized. No. I shouldn't say that. I am sorry. I let my temper get the better of me. If I fail,
You
the
should watch how you talk to me.
Dulcev will be tarnished. Time is wasting, so I will get to the point. I would like you to be my new courier. Our deliveries are paid upon arrival. You can keep the payments for yourself. The Ministry of Commerce has a sterling reputation, and it is my duty to uphold it, no matter the cost.
I think that we should help her. Those supplies might be important, perhaps even vital.
They are indeed, and our customers have been waiting far too long to receive them. Please tell me that you will accept. Don't force me to beg on my knees where all can see.
Oh, get on your knees.
That's correct. Just make the deliveries and collect payment. There's no need to report back. The money is yours to keep. Saving our reputation is payment enough for me. I am grateful because I have swallowed as much pride as I can. Here are the packages. One is for Alikja Dalka, who you can find at a nearby growth farm. Another is for Firan Nostal, who is working on some repairs at Hamati Station. The last is for Lazim Balian, who can be found at the shrine to the north of the city.
I've seen the shrine.
May the great serpent grant you swift and safe travels.
The guards overheard my neighbor forsaking the Great Serpent. What a fool. I have not seen him in days.
I'm sorry, but I can't just give you supplies.
Is it urgent
We are
or can it
stretched
wait?
razor thin as it is.
House Varun must be able to rely on the Ministry of Commerce. We cannot fail.
Other patients are in more dire circumstances.
Diviner, I'm glad to see you. Malibor has kept me informed of the situation. The deadlock of the High Council. I hope your presence here means things have changed. I can only assume you'd say such a thing because you are new to our customs. I shall therefore forgive it. I'm pleased that the Council is once again working towards a solution. It felt wrong not to help. Do you know where I was when it happened? The incident, they call it. I was in the temple next door, conversing with my cousin. I was in the middle of replying to him about... You know? I don't even recall. Some meaningless bit of family drama, I'm sure. One moment he was there, and the next, gone. My cousin, the floor, the wall, just gone. I found myself looking out at the scaled citadel, unable to comprehend. And now, here I stand, the elder of House Dulkev. Lucky? Perhaps. I have been pondering it. Whether luck is a consideration with the great serpent guides all things. You cannot imagine it. A single moment of pure, terrible silence. A meter's distance was all that separated me from whatever has become of Dazra. I find that through all the chaos and the scrambling since, my mind drifts back to that moment. I could be gone as well. But here I remain, spared. And I do not know why. And where is this forward leading? I'm sorry. I should shoulder my own burdens, not force them upon you.
Yes, you should.
I've grown so tired of the Council squabbling, and I want no further part in it. I have no demands, no requests. All must serve, and House Dulkev is no exception.
Good.
The Speaker has always been the guiding light of House Veroon. In his absence, it is of no surprise that some would find themselves lost, stumbling in the dark.
Mm-hmm. That's
Here's
true.
what I can tell you.
When you lose
Sometime
the
before
directing
our
voice,
calamity, Enesco Veroon
things
approached me
tend
looking
to
for information about
fracture.
his grandfather's time. He was frustrated at the lack of progress. House Dulkev keeps extensive records, you see. While I was never told the exact reason behind the inquiry, I was able to deduce a fair amount. I provided him with the shipping manifest from the time of the Serpent's crusade. Materials and equipment that suggested some highly specialized research. I told Enesco where those materials had been sent. Weeks later, well, you've seen the Citadel. You know as well as any where we are now. I believe so. Yes. Enesco returned from the site in unusually good spirits. He boasted of something called the Vortex Interlock, and that it was the key to unlocking some new unseen potential.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever records exist of this interlock were swallowed up with the Citadel. And as for the original site, executors were sent, but did not return. And we can spare no more casualties. So I suggest you visit Malin Dam to the southeast. I believe it is more than it seems. It is the only place to learn more about these vortex interlocks and what connection they may have to the events at the Citadel. And should your search be fruitful, make sure it is known that House Dulceff was proud to serve when called upon.
Malene Dam. Like in House Malene. Want me to go out this door? For those of you who arrived late, House Malene is what became the Zealots when they left the organization. This is very interesting that the direction was towards more zealot.
And when you are older, you will get your tattoos like me.
They are so pretty. I cannot wait. I want tattoos just like yours.
When you are older, you can get them. I think they will suit you better than me.
Does it hurt when you get them?
It is uncomfortable, but it is not as bad as you think. And you are stronger than I am, so it should not bother you at all.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Were our sins really so great that we deserved? Thanks.
Your sins were definitely that great. Alright, now we're going to the Malene Dam. We have nothing in that direction. So it looks like we're just going out the gate. I wonder if there is a gate near the starport, isn't there? There should be a gate right here. Oh, the worst that happens yeah, I could do this. Let me fast travel to the car and see if I can open this gate and take the car out to go on this trip. Because that'll make it easier for me to get around in the wastes. Yeah, those deliveries are far apart from each other naturally. But yeah, let me do that. Of course I can't zoom in. That would make it easy. I sure can open that gate. Try not to run over everything. The game still thinks this is just a car. Even though it's a hover vehicle and it does have jump jets. I want to get up out of these rocks before I really open up the throttle. All right. We have some deliveries. One of them is over this way.
Hello there. I don't know your face. Are you lost? Oh, I think we all have those kinds of days from time to time. But if you're here with a package, that must mean Lijana was finally able to find a new courier. That's a relief. I've been waiting a long time for this package. It's very sad what happened to the previous courier. His name was Shamid. He was a radiant soul, full of life and joy and dreams. All of it stolen away in the blink of an eye, to hear it told.
Well, maybe I haven't killed him yet.
Yes, I was. After making a delivery, he often stayed for a bowl of stew and tell me the news of the city. He would always have a new joke that he'd share. He had a gift for humor and telling stories. Sometimes, I would laugh so much that my sides would ache for hours. I will miss him. Oh, good. It's definitely the right package then. I spent a small fortune on these spices. They're some of the rarest we have, as well as the most pungent. Cooking is my great joy, and the proper use of seasonings is the most important part. Thank you for this. Oh, then I won't keep you.
Oh, sure. Don't invite me to have a bowl of stew. I see how you are. Now let's get back to our other quest. Exhuming the past, right? Yep. Just that way.
Someone or something will clean up whatever's left behind.
This is a good guy. That wasn't a